진피 친밀도의 증가를 확인할 수 있었고, 이에 미용용 수소 파우더는 기능성 화장품 원료로서의 활용도가 매우 높을 것으로 판단됩니다. 이상입니다. 안녕하십니까. IRCCC 2020 워크샵 숭실대학교 화학공학과 권혜진입니다. 본 연구는 우리나라의 한방원료로 사용되어져 온 환약제 중 초석잠 뿌리를 이용하여 항산화 및 항노화 복합 한방 화장품 원료를 개발하여 천연 항산화 및 항노화제의 이용 가치를 높이고자 하였습니다. 최근 바이오 산업의 급성장과 현대인들의 건강에 대한 관심이 증대됨에 따라 독성과 부작용이 적은 우리나라 약용식물을 이용한 천연 및 유기농 화장품에 대한 수요가 늘고 있습니다. 한국의 약용 소재는 전동요법에서 비롯되어 그 효능이 이미 밝혀진 경우가 많으며 다양한 생리활성 물질을 함유하고 있는 것으로 알려져 있습니다. 이러한 약용 소재의 효능 및 생리활성에 관한 다양한 연구가 진행 중이며 또 많은 연구들이 산업화로 연계되고 있습니다. 초석잠은 페닐 이타노이드와 콜린이 함유되어 있어 예로부터 뇌기능 활성 치료로 이용되어져 왔고, 그 외에도 아르긴산, 스타키드린, 비타민 B 복합제 등의 성분들이 들어있어 아토피, 피부 트러블 완화에 도움이 되는 것으로 알려져 있습니다. 이에 본 연구에서는 한방에서 활용한 처방과 과학적 근거를 바탕으로 선행 연구를 종합하여 항노화 및 항산화 실험을 설계하고 진행하였습니다. 항산화 평가는 DPPH와 ABTS 두 가지 실험을, 항노화는 엘라스타제와 콜라겐아제 활성 저해능을 평가하였습니다. 그림에서 보는 바와 같이 추출물을 농도 의존적 활성산소 소근응을 나타내었고, 항노화 결과에서는 엘라스타제와 콜라겐아제 저해 활성 증가를 나타냈습니다. 이상의 결과로 초석잠 추출물은 항산화 활성 효과 및 항노화 효과가 우수하며 항산화 및 항노화 원료로서의 가능성을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 한방 화장품 원료로서의 잠재적인 가치가 있을 것으로 판단되었습니다. 이상입니다. 안녕하십니까. IRCCC 2020 워크샵 숭실대학교 권혜진, 서경대학교 임희경입니다. 4차 산업혁명 이후 사물은 사람들에게 생활에 편리함을 주기도 하지만 자동화 및 기계화로 인해 기존의 일자리가 축소 또는 소멸되거나 또 새로운 분야의 일자리가 창출되고 있습니다. 서비스 산업이 미용 역시 지속적인 발전과 미용기기의 자동화 시스템으로 바쁜 현대인들에게 편리함을 제공하지만 업종과 직업에 대한 새로운 변화를 줄 것으로 예상되어 이에 따른 교육과 예방이 필요하다고 사료됩니다. 따라서 본 연구는 미용의 미래의 산업 전망에 있어 점차 인공지능, 사물인터넷의 보급과 기계화 및 자동화로 변화하는 미용산업 시스템을 분석하는 데 그 목적이 있습니다. 스킨케어 분야에서는 자동 안면 인식을 통해 다양한 서비스 항목들이 추가될 것이고, 메이크업 분야에서는 안면 인식 프로그램을 통해 피부색, 얼굴형에 어울리는 메이크업을 가상으로 재현하여 상호작용 영상 인터페이스로 사용자가 몰입감을 더 느낄 수 있고, 자신의 얼굴에 다양한 메이크업을 연출함으로써 여러가지 색상을 영상으로 미리 볼 수 있는 장점이 있습니다. 네일 서비스는 고객에게 기본적인 손팔뚝 관리를 비롯한 매니큐어, 페디큐어, 아트네일, 3D 네일 등의 서비스를 관련의 자동화 장비로 짧은 시간에 서비스를 제공할 수 있고, 베이스 코트가 발라지는 동안 네일할 부분이 자동 인식되어 디자인만 선택하면 손톱의 네일 제품이 자동으로 분사될 수 있습니다. 이처럼 미용산업은 인공지능 시스템의 빅데이터 활용으로 고객은 인종, 지형, 개인의 특성을 파악으로 제품의 만족이 증대되고, 기업은 맞춤형으로 재고에 대한 손실을 줄일 수 있는 기반이 구축될 것입니다. 또 미래에 미용산업에 활용되는 빅데이터 활용 및 인공지능은 개인의 생활을 풍요롭게 만들 것입니다. 그러나 새로운 일자리 창출 및 서비스 업종의 직업의 변화를 줄 것으로 예상되어 이에 따른 교육과 예방이 반드시 필요할 것으로 판단되었습니다. 이상입니다. 안녕하십니까. IRCCC 2020 워크샵 숭실대학교 권혜진, 서경대학교 김연아, 서경대학교 양은진입니다. 본 연구는 한국의 사계절인 봄, 여름, 가을, 겨울의 자연환경적 특성 중 식물의 이미지를 응용한 네일아트 디자인 작품 개발 연구입니다. 현대 여성의 자기 표현 방식의 하나로 외모를 꾸밈으로 아름다움을 극대화하고 개성을 표출하고 있습니다. 뷰티 산업의 한 분야인 네일 미용은 손톱과 발톱의 손질과 꾸밈을 통해 자신의 개성과 장점을 표현하는 방법입니다. 토탈 코디네이션의 한 부분인 네일 미용은 기분 전환의 수단이자 자기 만족감을 높이는 수단이 되기도 합니다. 현재 전 세계적으로 네일 미용은 대중화되어 있으며 정교한 기술력과 예술적 감각을 이용한 네일 아트는 예술적 분야까지 그 영역이 확대되고 있습니다. 한국의 네일 아트는 K-뷰티의 한 분야를 담당하고 있으며 정교하고 뛰어난 기술력으로 인정받고 있습니다. 그러나 네일아트 디자인 개발은 아직 전문적인 연구가 부족한 실정이며 일본의 영향을 많이 받아 작품의 수준은 모방에 머무르고 있습니다. 이에 한국적인 디자인 개발이 더욱 필요한 시점이며 창의적 디자인 개발은 네일아트 영역을 더욱 확장시킬 수 있고 실제 현장에서도 활용될 수 있으리라 기대합니다. 이에 본 연구는 한국의 자연환경인 사계절로 구분되어 있는 그 장점을 이용하여 각 계절별 식물을 이미지 응용하여 4가지 작품을 제작하였습니다. 네일아트는 단순히 손톱에 폴리시를 바르거나 혹은 그림을 그려주는 정도라고 생각하지만 손톱에 표현할 수 있는 기법과 그에 사용되는 재료는 매우 다양합니다. 선행 연구에서는 마블, 데칼, 핸드페인팅, 포크아트, 아크릴 시스템, 젤 시스템, 프로트랜스, 스트라이핑, 테이프, 라이스톤, 엠볼, 댕글, 에어브러쉬, 믹스, 미디어 13가지 기법으로 네일아트 표현을 분류하고 있습니다. 이 중 본 연구에서는 핸드페인팅, 포트아크, 아크릴 시스템, 젤 시스템 기법을 이용하여 한국의 사계절인 봄, 여름, 가을, 겨울의 특징을 표현하는 대표적인 식물, 사군자, 매낭국주, 개나리, 대나무, 단풍, 동백 등의 이미지를 응용한 네일아트 디자인을 연구하고자 하였습니다. 본 연구의 결과는 현대인들의 미적 욕구를 충족시키면서 기술적 수준이 높고 개성 있는 네일아트 디자인 영역 확장에 큰 도움이 될 것으로 사료됩니다. 이상입니다.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the online poster session. I'm Sungho Hwang from Gangwon National University. I am delighted to host the online poster session at the Seamark Hotel overlooking beautiful Gyeongpo Beach and Gyeongpo Lake. In this session, 31 poster papers from various fields will be announced. However, due to the influence of COVID-19, the presenter cannot present it directly. So, poster session is conducted through YouTube. This session will be carried out in the form of showing PowerPoint slides online. It will run from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. I hope this session will be a useful time for information exchange, and I ask for your active interest and participation. From now on, we will proceed with the online poster presentation.
안녕하십니까. IICCC 2020 워크샵 숭실대학교 화학공학과 권혜진입니다. 21세기는 헬스케어 3세대로 100세 건강, 즉 자연수명과 건강수명의 일치가 중요한 삶의 지표로 여겨지고 있습니다. 노화와 질병은 모든 인간이 보편적, 필수적으로 겪는 생명 현상으로 증상에 따라 그 원인과 처방이 각각 다르지만 대부분의 질병은 활성산소로 인해 생기는 것으로 보고되고 있습니다. 본래 사람의 인체에는 이러한 활성산소를 제거하는 방어기구인 항산화 효소 SOD가 있으나 35세에서 40세가 지나면 SOD가 더 이상 생성되지 않아 비타민 A, C, E 등을 섭취하면서 SOD의 역할을 대체하지만 인체 내부 활성산소를 제거하는 데는 역부족입니다. 따라서 항노화 산업계에서는 뛰어난 항산화 효과가 있는 수소를 최근에 주목하고 있습니다. 수소는 독성 산소를 선택적으로 제거할 수 있고 인체 각 기가 뇌세포까지 도달할 수 있는 유일한 물질로 비타민 C의 176배, 코엔자임의 800배 이상의 효능을 지닌 항산화제입니다. 최근 이러한 수소의 항산화제의 탁월한 효능에 입각해서 수소수에 대한 연구가 활발히 진행되고 있으며 다양한 분야에서 응용하고 있습니다. 따라서 이러한 수소수의 활용은 헬스케어 3세대의 핵심 물질이라고 이야기할 수 있습니다. 이에 본 연구에서는 미용용 수소 파우더를 제조하여 항산화 및 항노화 활성을 평가하고 임상 시험을 통해 수소가 피부 상태 변화에 미치는 영향을 평가하였습니다. 수소 파우더는 전이금속의 한 종류인 징크를 활용하여 열 처리 방식에 따라 용존 수소량의 차이를 두었고 항산화 활성은 DPPH, ABTS, 항노화 평가는 콜라겐화제, 엘라스타제 등의 활성 평가를 시행하였습니다. 또 임상평가는 피부 탄력도와 진피 침밀도를 평가하여 주름 기능, 개선, 화장품 원료로서의 적합성을 평가하였습니다. 그 결과 그림과 같이 수분의 증가, 유분의 감소, 진피 침밀도의 증가를 확인할 수 있었고 이에 미용용 수소 파우더는 기능성 화장품 원료로서의 활용도가 매우 높을 것으로 판단됩니다. 이상입니다. 안녕하십니까. IRCCC 2020 워크샵 송실대학교 화학공학과 권혜진입니다. 본 연구는 우리나라의 한방원료로 사용되어져 온 환약제 중 초석잠 뿌리를 이용하여 항산화 및 항노화 복합 한방 화장품 원료를 개발하여 천연 항산화 및 항노화제의 이용 가치를 높이고자 하였습니다. 최근 바이오 산업의 급성장과 현대인들의 건강에 대한 관심이 증대됨에 따라 독성과 부작용이 적은 우리나라 약용식물을 이용한 천연 및 유기농 화장품에 대한 수요가 늘고 있습니다. 한국의 약용 소재는 전동요법에서 비롯되어 그 효능이 이미 밝혀진 경우가 많으며 다양한 생리활성 물질을 함유하고 있는 것으로 알려져 있습니다. 이러한 약용 소재의 효능 및 생리활성에 관한 다양한 연구가 진행 중이며 또 많은 연구들이 산업화로 연계되고 있습니다. 초석잠은 페닐 이타노이드와 콜린이 함유되어 있어 예로부터 뇌기능 활성 치료로 이용되어져 왔고 그 외에도 아르긴산, 스타키드린, 비타민 B 복합제 등의 성분들이 들어있어 아토피, 피부 트러블 완화에 도움이 되는 것으로 알려져 있습니다. 이에 본 연구에서는 한방에서 활용한 처방과 과학적 근거를 바탕으로 선행 연구를 종합하여 항노화 및 항산화 실험을 설계하고 진행하였습니다. 항산화 평가는 DPPH와 ABTS 두 가지 실험을, 항노화는 엘라스타제와 콜라겐화제 활성 저해능을 평가하였습니다. 그림에서 보는 바와 같이 추출물을 농도 의존적 활성산소 소근능을 나타내었고 항노화 결과에서는 엘라스타제와 콜라겐화제 저해 활성 증가를 나타냈습니다. 이상의 결과로 초석잠 추출물을 항산화 활성 효과 및 항노화 효과가 우수하며 항산화 및 항노화 원료로서의 가능성을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 한방 화장품 원료로서의 잠재적인 가치가 있을 것으로 판단되었습니다. 이상입니다. 안녕하십니까. IRCCC 2020 워크샵 숭실대학교 권혜진, 서경대학교 임희경입니다. 4차 산업혁명 이후 사물은 사람들에게 생활에 편리함을 주기도 하지만 자동화 및 기계화로 인해 기존의 일자리가 축소 또는 소멸되거나 또 새로운 분야의 일자리가 창출되고 있습니다. 서비스 산업이 미용 역시 지속적인 발전과 미용기기의 자동화 시스템으로 바쁜 현대인들에게 편리함을 제공하지만 업종과 직업에 대한 새로운 변화를 줄 것으로 예상되어 이에 따른 교육과 예방이 필요하다고 사료됩니다. 따라서 본 연구는 미용의 미래의 산업 전망에 있어 점차 인공지능, 사물인터넷의 보급과 기계화 및 자동화로 변화하는 미용산업 시스템을 분석하는 데 그 목적이 있습니다. 스킨케어 분야에서는 자동 안면 인식을 통해 다양한 서비스 항목들이 추가될 것이고, 메이크업 분야에서는 안면 인식 프로그램을 통해 피부색, 얼굴형에 어울리는 메이크업을 가상으로 재현하여 상호작용 영상 인터페이스로 사용자가 몰입감을 더 느낄 수 있고, 자신의 얼굴에 다양한 메이크업을 연출함으로써 여러가지 색상을 영상으로 미리 볼 수 있는 장점이 있습니다. 네일 서비스는 고객에게 기본적인 손팔뚝 관리를 비롯한 매니큐어, 페디큐어, 아트네일, 3D 네일 등의 서비스를 관련의 자동화 장비로 짧은 시간에 서비스를 제공할 수 있고, 베이스 코트가 발라지는 동안 네일할 부분이 자동 인식되어 디자인만 선택하면 손톱의 네일 제품이 자동으로 분사될 수 있습니다. 이처럼 미용산업은 인공지능 시스템의 빅데이터 활용으로 고객은 인종, 지형, 개인의 특성을 파악으로 제품의 만족이 증대되고, 기업은 맞춤형으로 재고에 대한 손실을 줄일 수 있는 기반이 구축될 것입니다. 또 미래에 미용산업에 활용되는 빅데이터 활용 및 인공지능은 개인의 생활을 풍요롭게 만들 것입니다. 그러나 새로운 일자리 창출 및 서비스 업종의 직업의 변화를 줄 것으로 예상되어 이에 따른 교육과 예방이 반드시 필요할 것으로 판단되었습니다. 이상입니다. 안녕하십니까. IRCCC 2020 워크샵 숭실대학교 권혜진, 서경대학교 김연아, 서경대학교 양은진입니다. 본 연구는 한국의 사계절인 봄, 여름, 가을, 겨울의 자연 환경적 특성 중 식물의 이미지를 응용한 네일아트 디자인 작품 개발 연구입니다. 현대 여성의 자기 표현 방식의 하나로 외모를 꾸밈으로 아름다움을 극대화하고 개성을 표출하고 있습니다. 뷰티 산업의 한 분야인 네일 미용은 손톱과 발톱의 손질과 꾸밈을 통해 자신의 개성과 장점을 표현하는 방법입니다. 토탈 코디네이션의 한 부분인 네일 미용은 기분 전환의 수단이자 자기 만족감을 높이는 수단이 되기도 합니다. 현재 전 세계적으로 네일 미용은 대중화되어 있으며 정교한 기술력과 예술적 감각을 이용한 네일 아트는 예술적 분야까지 그 영역이 확대되고 있습니다. 한국의 네일 아트는 K-뷰티의 한 분야를 담당하고 있으며 정교하고 뛰어난 기술력으로 인정받고 있습니다. 그러나 네일아트 디자인 개발은 아직 전문적인 연구가 부족한 실정이며 일본의 영향을 많이 받아 작품의 수준은 모방에 머무르고 있습니다. 이에 한국적인 디자인 개발이 더욱 필요한 시점이며 창의적 디자인 개발은 네일아트 영역을 더욱 확장시킬 수 있고 실제 현장에서도 활용될 수 있으리라 기대합니다. 이에 본 연구는 한국의 자연환경인 사계절로 구분되어 있는 그 장점을 이용하여 각 계절별 식물을 이미지 응용하여 4가지 작품을 제작하였습니다. 네일아트는 단순히 손톱에 폴리시를 바르거나 혹은 그림을 그려주는 정도라고 생각하지만 손톱에 표현할 수 있는 기법과 그에 사용되는 재료는 매우 다양합니다. 선행 연구에서는 마블, 데칼, 핸드페인팅, 포크아트, 아크릴 시스템, 젤 시스템, 프로트랜스, 스트라이핑, 테이프, 라이스톤, 엠볼, 댕글, 에어브러쉬, 믹스, 미디어 13가지 기법으로 네일아트 표현을 분류하고 있습니다. 이 중 본 연구에서는 핸드페인팅, 포트아크, 아크릴 시스템, 젤 시스템 기법을 이용하여 한국의 사계절인 봄, 여름, 가을, 겨울의 특징을 표현하는 대표적인 식물, 사군자, 매낭국주, 개나리, 대나무, 단풍, 동백 등의 이미지를 응용한 네일 아트 디자인을 연구하고자 하였습니다. 본 연구의 결과는 현대인들의 미적 욕구를 충족시키면서 기술적 수준이 높고 개성 있는 네일 아트 디자인 영역 확장에 큰 도움이 될 것으로 사료됩니다. 이상입니다.
How are you? I'm Professor Yong-Soon Im who will chair this session. We are going to have an online oral presentation, and this session will be held from 14 o'clock to 17:40. Please attend with interest. Welcome to EAP 2020, ICA 2020 and ITP 2020 conference. Now we are starting oral presentation 1 and 2. There are 21 papers presented this session. If you have any questions, please ask those to the authors who are standing in front of each papers.
Hello everyone, my name is Wang Yiwei. I come from Gatshan University. With my supervisor Jin Xuanyue's sincere guidance, I have finished this paper. The title of the paper is Research on the Correlation Between the Nature of Listed Companies' Equity and the Job Consumption. Next, I will explain this paper from these 6 parts. The first part is introduction. Job consumption stems from prerequisites or perks in mainstream Western research. Jackson and Macklin, 1976, first identified job consumption as non-monetary enjoyment and of consumption using company resources. Due to the high nature of job consumption, it is necessary to pay a high cost to supervise its consumption. If the information cost paid to monitor job consumption is too high, it may be abused and increase agency cost. In China, the owner of state-owned company is neither a government nor a manager nor a specific individual. The company lacks a clear client. This special nature of the enterprise makes it unnecessary for managers of nationalized business to responsible, which makes it easier for executives of state-owned business to control companies to meet their personal interests. Therefore, it is very meaningful to study the impact of on-the-job consumption of senior executives on performance among Chinese companies with different equity types. This paper studies the Chinese listed companies in the past 5 years, establishes a model using the nature of equity as a constraint, and study the economic consequence of on-the-job consumption of executives with different types of equity. There are 2 significances. First, it can provide a theoretical basis for the research on the in-service consumption of Chinese companies. Second, the conclusion have strong policy recommendations for the reform of state-owned company executive compensation. The second part is theoretical background. The first theory is principal agent theory. Principal agent theory is an extension of contract theory. Xu, 2011, believes that in the nationalized business, the principal-agent relationship chain is long and complicated. The internal governance efficiency is low, and the on-the-job consumption behavior of executive is more likely to occur. So they are reflected in agency problem. The second theory is management power theory. Babcock et al., 2002, first proposed the theory of management power because of the separation of ownership and the operating rights. There is principal-agent problem between shareholders and the executive team. The problem is self-interest of agents, and most of the self-interested behavior are obtained through salary and on-the-job consumption. The third part is research hypothesis. Foreign scholars believe that on-the-job consumption is the self-interested behavior of management grabbing benefits from shareholders. This behavior will enhance and enhance the agency cost of the company and lower the company's value. We will measure corporate performance from two dimensions. Therefore, hypothesis 1A, in-service consumption level is negatively correlated with ROA. Hypothesis 1B, in-service consumption level is negatively correlated with ROS. In the analysis, the nature of corporate equity is an important perspective. The difference of institution environment makes the difference between nationalized business and non-state-owned business in the executive incentive. So according to the above analysis, hypothesis 2A, in state-owned enterprises, the negative correlation between the job consumption and ROA is more significant. Hypothesis 2B is in state-owned enterprises, the negative correlation between job consumption and ROS is more significant. The first part is research methodology. The study sample in this paper is Chinese A-share listed companies. The observations from 2014 to 2018 are selected for 5 years. And a total of 11,148 samples are obtained. The consumption data is in this paper comes from RNRDS database and other data from CSMA. This is variable definition table, which conclude variable type, name, code, and calculation method. Model 1 and 2 study the relationship between in-service consumption and ROA and ROS. We established these two models. And Model 3 and Model 4 add the nature of the firm as a moderating variable on the basis of the Model 1 and 2. The fifth part is analysis of empirical results. This is description statistic of variables. According to the results of the descriptive statistics, the data are consistent with the operation of listed companies in China. Look at the red circle, which indicate a negative correlation at the 1% level. And the regression 2 test the relationship between in-service consumption and ROS, also at the 1% level, supporting the hypothesis 1A and 1B. These two red circles, on the basis of hypothesis 1, hypothesis 2 add the moderating variable company equity, which is negatively correlated at the level of 5%, indicating that in nationalized business, the negative correlation between in-service consumption and the ROA is more significant. Also, regression 4 also verified that hypothesis 4 is true. The sixth part is conclusion and recommendation. According to the empirical research, we have obtained these two conclusions. First one is the higher the level of on-the-job consumption, the lower the company's ROA and ROS. The second is in state-owned business, the negative correlation between job consumption and ROA and ROS is more significant. So there are three recommendation. First, improve the supervision mechanism and impose more restriction on in-service consumption. Second is improve the salary management system and establish a reasonable budget. Third one is improve management's equity incentive mechanism. These are my references. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thanks for your listening.
Perceive expectation of enactment of Kim Young-nan Act and application of the theory of planned behavior. Abstract. Park Ju-sang and Jung Shin-gyo, Department of Maritime Police, Mokpo National Maritime University. Abstract. The present study examines the effort of perceived expectation of the enactment of Kim Young-nan Act on intention to behavior improper solicitation. The present work is framed with the theory of planned behaviors to predict behavior intention to commit solicitation. The target sample was among an adult group age of 30 to 60 years. 17 questionnaire items were designed to measure two constructs of the conception model. Demographic variables were controlled for by including age and gender. The result from a hierarchical multiple regression revealed that the model accounted for 26.8% of the total variance of intention and attitude. Subjective norm perceived expectation of the enactment were significant independent predictor of behavior intention to commit improper solicitation. Introduction. Korean has an organizational culture that is strongly associated with school tie and blood tie, corruption case and non-corruption incident that influence the police society for private gain continuously occurs throughout society. According to the 2050 Corruption Index released by Transparency International, for example, Korean ranking 27 among the OECD countries. It is a fact that every new government has made effort to fight corruption with a name of clean and transparent government, and corruption of public officials must be rooted out. However, the law was not strict enough to meet the people's expectation. In 2002, the Anti-Corruption and Civil Service Act was enacted to eradicate corruption and corruption case. The Anti-Corruption and Prevention Committee was also established. However, well-known corruption case called female bench attorney accident occurred in 2015. 16. Contrast to the public's legal feelings, the case was sentenced to not guilty. with a name of no job relevance in response to public indignation and complaint about corruption by public officials. People called for strict legislation to regulate corruption scandal involving public officials who cannot be published with current useless law. In June 2011, Kim Young-nan, the chairman of the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, proposed a law banning public officials from soliciting and seeking privating interest. The execution of the Kim Young-nan Act led to legal distinction between the concept of the bribes and gift based on job relevance. It is a sign of change in the Korean style of corruption that has been warped in bridge. While there are expectations that the Kim Young-nan law is able to restore the public's legal sentiment and trust in the public sector and further build a transparent and clean society. Several arguments have been also made that the law is likely to weaken consumer sentiment and country economy. To do this, the present work is framed with the theory of planned behavior, which postulates that human beings act his or her behavior according to attitude, subjective rule, and perceived behavior control. The present with work complement the TBB with an addition of perceived active effect of Kim Young-nan Act to predict behavior intention to engage in corruption behavior. Literature review. 2.1 Kim Young-nan Act in South Korea. Kim Young-nan Act put the integrity of society in South Korea at the test stage of massive change. Originally, the official name of the Kim Young-nan Act was the Anti-Corruption and Conflict of Interest Act. However, the Kim Young-nan Act extended the scope of its target to private school, faculty and staff and media companies to prohibit the use of illegal solicitation, bribery, and promise-making activities to prevent them from taking advantage of illegal activities. The planned behavior theory consists of their variable attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control toward a certain behavior. Attitude refers to a set of emotional beliefs that contrast a perceived positive or negative subjective evaluation toward the behavior. It refers to continuous emotional or emotional tendency toward the behavior. For example, determining to perform a behavior is largely affected by social rules. Eventually, people close to them strongly believe that they expect to participate in certain actions they are about to perform, and the stronger the motivation they have to meet their expectation, the more likely they are attempt certain actions. Development of research hypothesis. In the present work, behavior intention is operationally defined as an individual's willingness to give or receive money for some kind of influence or action in return. Three basic variables of the model of theory of planned behavior: attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control, have been found to be significant predictors of behavior intention to engage in antisocial activities. Consistent with the observed patterns in past studies, it is hypothesized that attitude, subjective norm, and PBC will be significant factors in predicting behavior intention. Also, it is hypothesized that an additional variable of perceived expectation of the enactment of Kim Young-ran Act will significantly improve the predicative power of behavior intention. Research methodology. 4.1 Development of measurement instrument. A survey approach was used to collect sample data and to test the proposed two hypotheses. The questionnaire was concerned with demographic information and construct of the measurement instrument of the extended TDB model. Sampling procedure and respondents. The target respondents was chosen from age group 30 to 60 years. The sample size was set to n equal 315 respondents as minimum set. All survey material was translated into Korean. In the first step, the main questionnaire were completed by n equal 315 sample from paneled inventory. Respondents returned their questionnaire. All completed material were unable, yielding a response rating of 83.1%. Respondents in the final sample had an average age of 47.8 years. They consisted of 153 male, 138 female. Table 1 describe the demographic characteristics of 291 respondents, including gender and age. discussion in line with the TDB and in line with the modest support for hypothesis 1, the finding confirm the significant role of attitudinal and normative influence on behavioral intention to commit giving or receiving money for some kind of influence and or action in return. Respondent with unfavorable attitude had less intention to commit the behavior, or those with a favorable attitude had strong intention and increasing or decreasing level of improbable for engaging in the behavior were significantly associated with increasing or decreasing intention, respectively, when perceived expectation of enactment of Kim Jong-un Act was included in the final regulation model. It is increased the overall explained variance in intention by 5.7%. Conclusion and limitation. A major limitation of the current study is the fact that the model should be better formulation by incorporating more sophisticated sample target group. Another intimation is that this work uses a non-random convenience sample of South Korea only. Thus, the result cannot be generalized to other settings of different countries. Future research should extend the design to conduct cross-cultural comparisons of politics for various improper solicitation acts. Table 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is 정상희. The main subject for an analysis of newspaper reporting on intimate partner violence. Before announcements, please understand me about my poor English pronunciation and content. Go over with the next page. This page is summary. In modern society, intimated partner violence has become a serious social problem as it has expanded to life-threatening criminal damage, not just a fight between lovers. In the process of recognizing intimate partner violence as a social problem, since newspapers have an important role and impress reports on the reality intended by the media rather than dealing with the reality as it is. We compared progressive newspapers, 한겨레 그리고 경향, with conservative newspapers, 조선일보, 동아일보, 중앙일보. According to their political orientation and interpreted the means of key tabs on intimate partner violence. Source the LDA-based tabs. Go over with the next page. From January 2040 to December 30, 2019, this study used the KINDS kinds of the Korea Press Foundation to search for intimate partner violence, dating violence, and parting crimes, and extracted total of 445 cases from 2,247 progressive newspapers and 198 conservative newspapers. The number of totals was set to 5 by using net 4.0 program for the analysis of topic modeling. Go over with the new page. As a result, the progressive newspaper names response to intimate partner violence, intensity of punishment, enactment of gender equality-based rules, counseling support related to sex crimes, and countermeasures. Will the conservative newspaper name the root of pornographic distribution crimes, cause of standing single, and the intensity of punishment, and argument about intimate partner violence related to internet broadcasting. Through this, progressive newspapers seem to have suggested the need to improve the rule due to their high emphasis of enactment. While conservative newspapers focus on the cause of pornography distribution crimes, in intimate partner violence to rise vulnerability of the distribution crimes. Go to the next page. This study is meaningful in that it reduces social perception and interprets the means of intimate partner violence in newspaper reporting by comparing the political tendency of newspaper by topic. Let's look at the keywords: intimate partner violence, newspaper as topic, mass media, data meaning. Please refer to the reference. Thank you for listening to my speech. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jong-sun Won. I'm a professor at Ulchi University in Korea. I'm very pleased to meet you in this honored international conference. My research topic is the influence of nursing students' empathy, attitude, and prejudice toward the elderly on elderly care willingness. In 2018, the proportion of the aged population reached 14.3% in Korea, finally becoming an aged society. With the increase of senile and chronic diseases, the demands for elderly health and welfare facilities is increasing. However, despite of increasing demands for elderly nursing services, the number of elderly nurses in the field is insufficient. The 2014 year statistics on the number of nurses per 100 beds by medical institution type showed that as follows. In Advanced General Hospital, working staff were 93.4 nurses per 100 beds. But in nursing hospital, there are only 6.9 nurses per 100 beds. And annual average growth rate of the year was minus 1.7%, revealed decreasing trend. Moreover, in the investigation of clinical institutions where nursing students want to find employment, about 69 students wanted the university hospital or advanced hospitals. Students who wanted a nursing hospital were the only 0.5% out of them. Elderly facilities such as nursing homes have facilities in securing nursing personnel. In this situation, there is a need to improve nursing students' intentions to care for the elderly. The high empathy of the nurse has a positive effect on the patient's health recovery and is linked to a positive attitude toward the elderly. Nursing providers' attitude toward the elderly is an important variable influencing behavior toward the elderly. Negative attitude toward the elderly may appear in the form of prejudice for the elderly, and prejudice for the elderly may negatively affect the quality of care the patient receives. This study was an attempt to identify the influencing factors on nursing students' intention to care for the elderly, such as empathy, attitude, and prejudice toward the elderly, and some general characteristics of the subject. The purpose of this study was to investigate the relationship between empathy, attitude, and prejudice toward the elderly and elderly care willingness of the nursing students. The final aim was to identify factors affecting the care willingness toward the elderly. The study sample were nursing students in the College of Nursing located in metropolitan city near Seoul. Using a convenient sampling method, research data were collected from May 3rd to June 7th, 2019. The number of subjects were 343, but only 313 questionnaires who responded faithfully without missing the questionnaire was used for data analysis. The tools for this study were IRI Korean version, SDS for evaluating attitude toward elders, questionnaire for care willingness toward old adults. Data were analyzed by t-test, ANOVA, Pearson's correlation coefficient, and multiple regression using SPS program. The average score of empathy, attitude, and prejudice toward the elderly and the elderly care willingness are shown in this table. The elderly care intentions were different according to the student's grade, major selection motivation, in next page, major satisfaction and quality and satisfaction of the volunteer experience for the elderly. The elderly nursing intention was higher in the first grade than in the third or fourth grade. And the person who chose the nursing major by himself, the person who was satisfied with major and the experience of volunteer activity for the elderly were more positive and satisfied. Elderly care willingness had a positive correlation with empathy, while it had a negative correlation with attitude and prejudice toward the elderly. As a result of the multiple regression analysis, the factor that had the most significant influence on the elderly care willingness was the prejudice toward the elderly. Followed by attitude toward the elderly, third grade, satisfaction with the volunteer experience for the elderly, major satisfaction, and empathy. These 6 factors explained 46% variance of elderly care willingness. According to the result of this study, the higher the prejudice toward the elderly, the more negative the attitude toward the elderly. In the third grade compared to the first grade, the more satisfactory the volunteer experience for the elderly, and the more dissatisfied with the nursing major, the lower elderly care willingness of the nursing students was. On the other hand, a higher empathy, a higher the elderly care willingness. In conclusion, in order to improve nursing college students' care willingness toward elders, it's necessary to reduce prejudice toward the elderly and positively change the attitude toward the elderly. To this end, it suggests to prepare various educational strategies such as developing a curriculum for positive contact experience with elders, as well as developing extracurricular programs like community elderly care services. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ki-Pum Lee, and I'm a graduate student in Gwangwon University. I'm presenting about AI experience educational model of image classification for elementary school students. Here is the contents of this presentation. First of all, I will tell you about background of AI education. In the age of AI, fundamental changes in the job structure will occur. Job change and job movement are accelerating by technology and a paradigm shift in humanity and society, not only in technical dimension. So there is issue about promoting AI education in Korea and overseas as well. In overseas, K-12 guideline for AI announced by AI for K12.org. Many attempts discussions are processing very quickly in all countries. K-12 is from kindergarten to 12th grade. My study target is elementary students and also include in K-12. And in Korea, the National Artificial Intelligence R&D strategy published in last year emphasized the importance of AI education for K-12. So we need to create a new type of AI curriculum has never existed before. There is some issue about shifting learning contents and experience. We have to avoid in-memory injection training. There is some concern that self-directed learning ability is degraded. It can hinder learners' creativity and problem-solving ability. And also, there is some problems with existing proposals. Difficulty in self-discovery and making curiosity as only unplugged activity class without hands-on and Python text coding. Many study proposals about shifting learning with AI education focused on getting familiar with AI, minimize programming syntax learning, learning through various activities such as play-oriented physical activities. Text coding and tools can teach AI concepts were often difficulty, so I did with only unplugged activity. So I'd like to propose our AI experience educational model exchange. Prior to the proposal, we conducted a study to find the elements of the educational model. First is the view of AI. Second is talent capability focused on human. In the view of AI, the engineering approach is a view aimed at developing machine devices like a human intelligence. Constructivist approach is the view of learning to understand the human intelligence in terms of educational utilization and how to infer and perceive it. The cognitive approach is the main body of thinking in terms of information education, which values active thinking and cognitive structures that occur inside the human brain. In 21st century human talent capability, these include technology, creativity, and innovation, global citizenship, and interpersonal skills. And today, these skills and knowledge need to be acquired in a more accessible, personalized, and active way than ever before, creating a playful learning environment with technology. Also, develop the rapid learning skills essential today. AI experience play teaching learning model combines with multi-intelligence theory is proposed to apply the learning model to AI classes. Use a learning model that maximizes the efficiency and interest of AI classes is proposed, as well as learning model that can bring out the potential that learners have. The proposed teaching and learning model is not selected as that combines observative learning and discovery learning for conceptual formation. Once the AI experience educational model is configured as shown. Pre-processing. In this processing, communication to solve the problem together, formation of natural friend lines, and peer learning are achieved. Second step is learning how to cognize. After encountering information of the visual auditory sense suggested by the instructor, students learn the basic facts in a way that best suits their sensory learning preference. Third step is activating the problem solving. It is solving classification problems using tools. The fourth step is yield products. All knowledge requires a self-recognized and understanding, so they are doing brainstorming and share ideas and spit it out. They must have a critical view of the information AI provides. AI is built on data. So, if you have errors or bias in the data itself, you should be aware that information produced by AI may also be inaccurate and unfair. So, we selected an image classification topic that can intuitively confirm results. In the pre-processing step, the group activities are carried out. The teaching method is conducted by observative guideline on image expression. Unplugged activity to learn how computers that only knows binary numbers recognize images. In the learning how to cognize step, individual activities are carried out and the teaching method is performed through discovery guideline on image classification. Experience the image learning course under the theme of ocean, one of the themes of SDGs through code.org. At this stage, students are going to code.org after learning to image of whether it's fish or not to an AI robot. Students can make sure that they are good at classifying fish and that the levels has been learned correctly. The stage consists of gathering, training, and export stage. If the level is not learned correctly, the students can learn more from the AI robots and see if the classification results have been improved. In the activating the problem-solving step, it can be selected as an activity by group or individual, and the teaching model is observational learning carried out through the processing of creating and testing the learning model by directly entering the data. The processing of accuracy and AI inference is understood. In this figure is shown as creating learning model and test purchase to enable image classification through data input through teachable machine. The learner uploads various pictures and labels them as a cat and dogs, as shown the result through training. In general, less data from AI will not give satisfactory results. However, teachable machine is pre-trained, used mobile net architecture, learned in advance through a database called ImageNet and transferred learning by accepting new data. At the EL project stage, as a group activity in the PBL method, the problem solving of SDG is presented in related to AI. SDG is short term of suitable development goals and are often used as the subject of global citizenship. This is the first step of curriculum. This following figure is analyzed by other educational models and items. The comparison items are interest, benefit, achievement rate, and self-direction. Other education models include AI education as unplugged activity and information education as play model. It showed self-directed and beneficial are high in unplugged and AI experience play model, which I propose. Approach rate is higher than AI education as unplugged due to result verification and success experience. Based on my research, I'd like to suggest AI education as an experiential way for learners to understand more intuitively. Currently, we don't have basic AI reading and writing skills. We don't know what K-12 AI education should look like, so there is an opportunity to really shape it. They have to do it in a direct way, and the student should be able to work and share ideas as part of groups and communications. Suggests that they should be empowered with the tools to create important projects. Continuous research is needed in the curriculum and educational model that understand technology rather than the difficult technology approaches and can natural learners core competency that AI machines cannot. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Seyoung Park and I'm a graduate student at the Department of Emergent Content Convergence in Gwangwon University. I will be presenting about performance comparison between rich and fuzzy logic routing protocols in a hierarchical routing protocol. Here is the contents of this presentation. First, outline, introduction, related work, performance criteria and evaluation, conclusions. In introduction, wireless sensor network is a network composed of wireless sensor nodes. Unlike wired networks, wireless sensor nodes have limited power to operate networks. Thus, in order to maintain the network for some time, it is necessary to optimize power usage as well as minimize network energy consumption. In WSN's field of study, many studies are being done to improve some key issues on energy efficiency and network architecture. Routing protocols should be generated at points of those issues. In most cases, when proposing a new routing protocol, they focus on energy consumption. However, it is thought that not only energy consumption, but also other evaluation criteria should be presented. Thus, the rich protocol and the fuzzy logic protocol were compared. Next, in the related works section, we will cover rich and fuzzy routing protocols. First, the rich protocol is a cluster-based protocol. To illustrate the difference between the existing WSN transmission method and the cluster transmission method. Once the cluster is configured, as shown, the member nodes in the cluster transmit data to the cluster head instead of a base station. The cluster head nodes aggregate its own date and the received date and then transmit it to the base station. This reduces energy consumption by reducing the transmission distance of most nodes, and reduces the amount of data transferred because data is aggregated, which can extend the network lifetime over existing transmission methods. However, the problem with the cluster transmission method is that one node can be selected as a cluster head continuously. This reduces the network lifetime by increasing the node's energy consumption. To improve this, the rich protocol cycles through the cluster heads to ensure uniform energy consumption. This improves network life. Rich problem. The problem of the rich protocol is the cluster head selection threshold, which does not consider the residual energy of the node. Cluster head nodes consume a lot of energy. However, when a node with a low energy level is selected to operate as a cluster head, the network lifetime is shortened and the data transfer rate is lowered. And CHEF protocols. CHEF is a protocol using fuzzy logic. The cluster head selection mechanism using fuzzy logic in wireless sensor networks. CHEF protocol used a fuzzy logic approach to maximize the life of the wireless sensor network. The following table shows the fuzzy theory variables entered in the CHF routing protocol. Input data is node residual energy and node centroid. FSCFP, Fuzzy Logic Cluster Formation Protocol, is based on a fuzzy logic approach that helps non-cluster nodes select cluster heads using three parameters to calculate cluster head probability values. The following table shows the fuzzy theory variables entered in the FSCFP routing protocols. LichDFL Dual Fuzzy Logic protocol is a routing protocol that applies fuzzy logic in both cluster head selection and cluster configuration for efficient network configuration in a cluster-based wireless sensor network. And the following table shows the fuzzy theory variables entered in the FSCFP routing protocol. Input data is cluster head residual energy and distance to base station, distance to cluster head. Performance criteria and evaluation. I would like to present a total of 4 evaluation criteria. First, network time and energy consumption and scalability and cluster head elected ratio. First, network lifetime. In network lifetime, distinguished by the size of network, is based on the left bar graph Rich and CGF and FSCFP and Rich DFL. Based on the total node in a wireless sensor network, FND and node dead over 50% and the node dead over 80% in the performance evaluation. At the shown table, in the field 100 by 100 meter each, field in is based on 4 routing protocols, showed an increase each 186%, 0.9%, and 159.86% and 169.86% in first node dead. And in the field 200 by 200 meter, it is increased each of 183.45% and 172.9% and 182.9% in FND. And in the field 400 by 400 meter, it is increased each of 169%, 2%, 173.87%, 183.7% in FND. And energy consumption, the energy consumption of the entire reach of the size of the protocol was measured. To compare the energy consumed through each round above. To this, it was defined as follows. Energy efficiency was calculated by the following formula. Comparison of the energy consumption of the Litchi, CHF, FSCFP, and LichDFL is shown in the following figure. The energy consumption on the entire reach of the size of the protocol was measured, depending on the size of the sensor field. And scalability, reorganize the table in order to consider the scalability of Rich and CHF, FSCFP, Rich DFL shown in the table. And cluster head elected ratio, cluster head elected stochastic according to the round in figure, selected with respect to the stochastic value selection P 0.1, cluster head elected stochastic about the Litchi 100 by 100, 200 by 200, and 400 by 400, each 0.105 and 0.106 and 0.1 0.105 as showing a relative error of 5% and 6% and 5%. The following table shows the numbers of rounds for the selected cluster head. The following table shows the distribution of the number of times selected by the cluster head node. The following table summarizes the characteristics of each routing protocol. This table summarizes the evaluation criteria for each routing protocol. Finally, conclusions. In this paper, the performance evaluation items defined based on the REACH protocol and the CGF, FHFP, and REACH-DFL routing protocol with fuzzy logic were verified. It has been confirmed that the REACH-DFL routing protocol is more energy consuming than other routing protocols as it extends network life. It is of significance in deriving the new performance comparison criteria as well as the limited power performance comparison of existing network life cycle. Thank you for listening my presentation.
Hello everyone, I'm Yong-Sop Shin from Gwangwon University in Seoul. The paper title is Feasibility Research on Diabetes Awareness Factors based on Random Forest. Let's start presentation. Presentation order is Introduction, Related Work, Experiment and Evaluation, then Conclusions. First of all, let me tell you an introduction. Recently, obese patients are increasing due to westernized eating habits and lack of exercise. Accordingly, the number of patients visiting the hospital is increasing. Diabetes is a common and dangerous disease, making it the sixth cause of death in South Korea. According to the National Statistical Office, therefore it is essential to study factors that affect diabetes and diabetes. This paper analyzed each element using random forest. In addition to BMI, gender, and blood sugar, which are widely used in diabetes recognition, proposed a combination of triglyceride and cholesterol to effectively recognize and cope with diabetes. This slide is related work. ID3, C4.5, and random forest, which are representative algorithm of the decision tree, were used to recognize diabetics. The ID3 algorithm is used for categorical attributes, and the evaluation index is entropy. C4.5 and random forest are used for numerical attributes, and information gain is used as the evaluation index. The formula for finding the entropy for area A, to which M records belong, is defined by equation 1. Here, pK is the ratio of records belonging to category K among records belonging to area A. Next, to obtain information gain, entropy must be obtained after classification. The formula for calculating the entropy after classifying the A region into the subset R is as shown in equation 2. Finally, the formula for obtaining the information gain is as shown in equation 3. In this paper, the random forest with the highest accuracy among the three algorithms was finally used. The following is experiment and evaluation. Basically, the data elements used for diabetes awareness used the fasting blood sugar, BMI, and gender used in previous papers. More than 50% of diabetics have hyperlipidemia, so we added total cholesterol to the factor. When the amount of triglyceride increased, fatty acid increase in the blood, and as the fatty acid increase, the action of insulin gradually decrease, making it difficult to control blood sugar. As a result, it increases your chances of developing diabetes. In this paper, each element is divided into types and compared and analyzed. The following is the accuracy of each element. T1 is the accuracy when a random forest is composed of three factors, FBS, BMI, and gender, which are frequently used in diabetes papers. Next, the appearance of adding the cholesterol element in T1 is T2. T3 is the result of adding triglyceride to T1. Finally, T4 is the look when adding all the elements that you want to research in this paper. It showed the highest accuracy when all elements were added. If you look at attribute importance and factor-specific accuracy, you can see that in addition to BMI, FBS, gender, it can be seen that the combination of triglycerides and cholesterol is effective in recognizing diabetes. The importance of each of 5 elements mentioned above is as follows. Attribute importance is a number that indicates how much the attribute has to do with diabetes. The attribute importance of BMI was 0.5907, the highest. Triglycerides were the second highest at 0.1624. The following are in order of FBS, cholesterol, and gender. Attribute importance is in the order of 0.1017, 0.0977, 0.0473. The figures show the relative importance of each factor and its association with diabetes that we want to study in this paper. Research shows that a combination of factors such as triglycerides and cholesterol in addition to FBS and BMI, which are used as key factors in diabetes management and awareness, are very helpful in diabetic awareness. By utilizing data mining such as random forest, we can learn not only diabetes but also other disease data and identify new factors that affect disease with learned data in advance. Research on various factors will help reduce medical expenses and lead a healthy life through rapid recognition of various diseases. That's the end of presentation. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, I'm Nurishin from Kwangwon University in Seoul. I will be presenting about exchange rate predicted by the ANN. Let's start presenting this paper. Here are the contents of this presentation. The presentation order is Introduction, Relate Research, Proposed Model, Result of the Experiment, and Conclusion. First of all, the exchange rate fluctuated greatly in 1997 when Korea's exchange rate policy was changed to a free-floating exchange rate system. And after the 1997 Asian financial crisis and the 2008 global financial crisis, stabilization of the exchange rate is considered the most important issue for the Korean economy. Also, as Korea is highly dependent on trade, it is important to stabilize and predict the most important exchange rate in trade. The exchange rate prediction models include statistical models and artificial intelligence models. Statistical models include ARIMA and GRACH models, and AI models include artificial neural network. According to Relate Research, Pedram and Abrami compared ARIMA and article neural network using Iran exchange rate and oil prices. Kadula and Adrak compared ARIMA and ANN models to forecasting the Turkish exchange rate of lira dollar. The analysis showed that the article neural network model had better results than the statistical model. Therefore, we suggest an exchange rate prediction model based on article neural network. Question 1. Represent the input data and output data to be used in this study. Input data X are the open price, low price, high price, and closing price of the $1 exchange rate. And the output data Y is predicting using X. Y is the selling price of the exchange rate. We selected the open price, low price, high price, and closing price that we think are closely related to when determining the selling price of the exchange rate. The data to train the model was selected from January 4, 2000 to December 28, 2018. And the test data was selected from January 2019 to March 20, 2020. Normalization work was carried out with data between 0 and 1 to reduce training time and space complexity in neural network. Formula 2 represents the normalization formula. The prediction model used two types of article neural networks, DNN and LSTM. The number of neurons on each hidden layer was changed to 16, 32, 64, and 128, respectively. LSTM consisted of single and multi-layer structure from 1 to 3 layers, and DNN's hidden layer number consisted of 3 to 5 layers. It consists of total of 24 models with 4 input variables, 1 output variable, and the predict value were compared by converting them into actual value formats. This table shows the model specific details. For the active function, hyperbolic tangent function and ReLU were used. In case of ReLU, it is an algorithm that can solve the vanishing gradient problem, and hyperbolic tangent is used a lot in the neural network structure of RNN series. And because of its good predict power, it was chosen based on the above two reasons. The optimization method has good performance, and the most used ADAM method was used. To evaluate the proposed model, MAE and RMSE were used as evaluation indicators. MAE is the mean value of the mean absolute error by converting the difference between the actual and predict values of the model into absolute values. RMSE is the root mean squared error and is the value rooted at the value obtained by squaring the difference between the actual value and the predict value. For the above two values, we selected a model with low indicators because the two indicators also grow as the error increases. See the result of the experiment. The table shows the MAE and RMSE measured in a structure that best suits each model and active function. For the LSTM model, the 4:3:1 structure using the hyperbolic tangent function was the best. And for the DNN model, the 460-60-61 structure using the value function was the best. Comparing the best two structures, the LSTM model performed better than the DNN model, and the performance indicator MAE and RMSE were 0.204 and 0.2349 respectively, lower than the DNN. To sum up, we predicted the selling price of the $1 exchange rate through different optical neural networks. As a result, LSTM had better predict performance than DNN, and for LSTM, active function using hyperbolic tangent was better than using ReLU. And various techniques such as dropout and early stopping can improve performance. Thank you for watching to my presentation.
Hello everyone, I'm Yu Jung-jin from Gwangwon University. The paper title is Comparison of Annual Perception of Middle-Aged Men's Economic Activity through Social Big Data Analysis. Let's start presenting this paper. The presentation order is Introduction, Research Subject, Research tools and procedures, result, conclusions. This is for introduction. Economic activity is a very important factor for middle-aged men. So analyzing social perception of this is meaningful in understanding the characteristic of middle-aged men. In the previous paper, perception of economic activities of middle-aged men based on social big data analysis. There was a small amount of data collected due to a short period of time, making it difficult to analyze. In this paper, we would like to supplement by adding an annual semantic analysis of middle-aged men's economic activities by utilizing 3 years of big data displayed on news and SNS. This is for research subject. Textome was used for data collection and analysis. The analysis method was in order of search keyword selection, large data collection, data refining, data analysis, visualize. This page shows research tools and procedures used in my paper. Research is done in the order of text mining, Usenet, and Concur. Text mining for mining data, Usenet for network analysis, Concur for visualization. This slide is data collection conditions for paper. The data collection range was set from 2017 to 2019 in order to examine changes in a perception of economic activity among middle-aged men. As a result of data collection under the keyword economic activity of middle-aged men, a total of 7,865 keyword-related words were searched. with 2,390 in first year, 2,537 in second year, and 2,939 in last year. The closer the recent year, the more related words there were. This slide is data analysis result, that is word mention frequency. As table show old age ranked first in 2017, but ranked sixth in 2018 and seventh in 2019. As time goes by, middle-aged men have given priority to work and family in front of their eyes rather than retirement in the near future. These results suggest that middle-aged men are busy living their life without thinking about old age. Health ranked 16th in first year, but ranking 8th in second year and 4th in last year show that middle-aged men have been thinking about health more and more recently. The inclusion of old age, family, and work in the top 10 list for 3 years show that middle-aged men are invariably important factors. This slide is the result of the 2017 Concord analysis. Social network analysis can analyze the degree of interconnectedness between words to identify clusters of social net connection at the same time. The number of clusters is set to 3, and the expression economic activity of middle-aged men is categorized into 3 types. As a result, it was largely grouped into economy, family, and health. If you look at the picture, you can see that there are significantly more connections between economic and family than between economy and health. This slide is the result of the 2018 Concord analysis. As in 2017, it was grouped into economy, family, and health. It is lower than in 2017, but it can be seen that the connection between the economy and the family is higher than that of the economy and health. This slide is the result of the 2019 Concord analysis. The more recent year comes, the more connection between home and health. This slide is the result of the Concord analysis for 3 years. The result showed that middle-aged men at the time then social activity were most active have the greatest interest in economic activities and value their families and health. Also, economic activity, homes, and health are interrelated, so work and life balance are needed to keep them stable. In the consolidated network analysis, it was grouped into economic activity, family and health, and the cluster of economic activity were the largest. Economic activity was more connected to the home, and the more recent year, the more connected the home and health. As a result, economic activities, family, and health-related policies should be implemented in a balanced manner for a stable life for middle-aged men who are the backbone of our society. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is 정상희. The main subject for an analysis of newspaper reporting on intimate partner violence. Before announcements, please understand me about my poor English pronunciation and content. Go over with the next page. This page is summary. In modern society, intimated partner violence has become a serious social problem as it has expanded to life-threatening criminal damage, not just a fight between lovers. In the process of recognizing intimate partner violence as a social problem, since newspapers have an important role and press reports on the reality intended by the media rather than dealing with the reality as it is. We compared progressive newspapers, 한겨레 그리고 경향, with conservative newspapers, 조선일보, 동아일보, 중앙일보. According to their political orientation and interpreted the means of key tabs on intimate partner violence source the LDA-based tabs. Go over with the next page. From January 2040 to December 30, 2019, this study used the KINDS kinds of the Korea Press Foundation to search for intimate partner violence, dating violence, and parting crimes, and extracted total of 445 cases from 2,247 progressive newspapers and 198 conservative newspapers. The number of totals with set to 5 by using net minor 4 2.0 program for the analysis of topic modeling. Go up with the new page. As a result, the progressive newspaper names response to intimate partner violence, intensity of punishment, enactment of gender equality-based rules, counseling support related to sex crimes, and countermeasures. Will the conservative newspaper name the root of pornographic distribution crimes? Cause of standing single and the intensity of punishment and argument about intimate partner violence related to internet broadcasting. Through this, progressive newspapers seem to have suggested the need to improve the rule due to their high emphasis of enactment. While conservative newspapers focus on the cause of pornography distribution crimes in intimated partner violence to rise ownership of the distribution crimes. Go to the next page. This study is meaningful in that it reduces social perception and interprets the means of intimate partner violence in newspaper reporting by comparing the political tendency of newspaper by topic. Let's look at the keywords: intimate partner violence, newspaper as topic, mass media, data meaning. Please refer to the reference. Thank you for listening to my speech. Bye.
Hi, my name is Yongsang Kwak and I'm here to represent my paper, a study on the self-diagnosis method to prevent the spread of COVID-19 based on machine learning. Before beginning, it is a great honor to participate in IJCCC 2020 and I would like to thank Professor Min-Soo Kang and MIC members. The contents can be looked at under the following headings: Introduction, Experiment, Results, and Conclusion. First, as the number of medical data increases, there is a lot of information in the medical field, but the knowledge using information is still insufficient. Therefore, more and more people are using artificial intelligence prediction models to gain understanding by utilizing medical data. As a matter of medical data, COVID-19 is one of the major pathogens that primarily targets the human respiratory system. The symptoms of COVID-19 infection appear after an incubation period of approximately 5.2 days. The period from the onset of COVID-19 symptoms to death ranged from 6 to 41 days, with a median of 14 days. For these reasons, it is necessary to study for finding self-diagnosis method to prevent the spread of COVID-19. First, correlation analysis was conducted to determine which attributes profoundly affect corona results. Then, corona results were predicted using SVM support vector machine through variables with a potent effect. Data utilized in this paper was found in Kaggle precisely with 4 data groups: demographic data, various symptoms, various diseases, and finally corona results. Through the correlation analysis result, drowsiness, pain in chest, travel history to infected countries attributes have 0.38, 0.37, 0.43 relation to the COVID-19 results. Using this data processed result, an SVM and decision tree was used to predict COVID-19 outcomes. The experiment with drowsiness, pain in chest, and travel history to infected countries feature using SVM resulting in 0.806 accuracies, 0.737 precision, 0.933 recall, and finally 0.824 F1 scores. These figures visualize how evaluate model came out, and with the decision tree, only three steps took to diagnose COVID-19 patients, whether patients get COVID-19 or not. To summarize the contents so far, this study proposed a self-diagnosis method to prevent the spread of COVID-19 based on machine learning. The result showed means that when classifying COVID-19 patients, only checking the potential patient's drowsiness, pain in chest, and their travel history to infected countries is more efficient than doing self-diagnosis questionnaires, which takes time and has ambiguous standards. So applying the result proposed in this paper, doctors could reduce time when diagnosing COVID-19 patients and diagnose other potential COVID-19 patients more. Furthermore, doing this process could prevent the spread of COVID-19. This is the end of my presentation, and I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Hello, I'm Sawon Song. I'm student of Medical IT Marketing Department of LG University. My subject is a study on weighted KNN based on graph using medical data. Then I'm going to start. This is the contents of this presentation. Currently, in the fourth industrial revolution era, technologies such as artificial intelligence, IoT, big data, and unmanned transportation are representative. Among them, the convergence of artificial intelligence and big data is changing the whole society. Much more data is accumulated in real time. Technologies for collecting, processing, and analyzing the data has developed. It can enhance competitiveness by discovering insights. So many researchers try to gain insights by processing data and applying methodologies such as machine learning and deep learning. The K nearest neighbor is belonging to the machine learning. It is one of the classification methods of machine learning and classifies objects that unlabeled into classes of most similar neighbor among labeled objects. The KNN is one of the simplest classification techniques, so it is a popular technique. KNN has been developed in various ways to improve its performance, and a method of weighting has been mainly proposed. In addition to the method of taking the inverse of the similarity, various methods have been proposed. Also, to improve performance, research using KNN technique was also conducted. Regardless of the analysis method, data pre-processing is required for model performance, and KNN has been used for this purpose. The experimental sequence is as follows. The experiment was repeated 30 times while changing the K value by the hold-up cross-validation method, and accuracy was used as a performance evaluation scale. The first experiment was conducted using the Wisconsin breast cancer dataset, which can be downloaded from internet. This dataset is the result of breast cancer diagnosis provided by the University of Wisconsin. This dataset is the diagnosis data that predict whether the tumor is benign or malignant. This dataset has a total of 32 attributes and 569 patient data. The second data is Pima Indians diabetes dataset, which can be downloaded from the Kaggle. This data predicts whether the patient has disease or not, and it includes diagnostic measurements such as frequency of pregnancy and BMI. This dataset consists of 9 attributes and 768 data. In order to apply this data to the experiment, normalization and feature selection were performed. Feature selection result is presented in the table. The top 2 features were used in the experiment. The results of breast cancer dataset are summarized in the table. When tested with this data, the proposed algorithm showed overall higher accuracy than the general KNN. The average accuracy was 94.14. It was higher than KNN. The right figure shows the result in a line graph. Feature selection result is presented in the table. The top 2 features were used in the experiment. When tested with Pima Indians diabetes dataset, the proposed algorithm showed overall higher accuracy than the general KNN. The right figure shows the result in a line graph. In this study, we compared KNN and improved KNN with new weighting method. 2 medical datasets, breast cancer and diabetes datasets, were used to compare 2 algorithms. The experimental results suggest that the new KNN outperforms the KNN. As K-nearest neighbor is a commonly used algorithm, so it can be widely applied in various fields and higher performance can be expected. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everyone. I am Hee-Kyung-moon from Wangwang University. It is my pleasure to present our paper at this conference. Today, I will talk about graphic representation of syntactic structures of natural languages based on dependency relations. I will talk about the motivation and the aims of our paper at first, and then I will explain the variance theory and the Markney's principle of natural languages, which are the core concepts of our paper. Nowadays, dependency relations between the head element and dependent element are the most widely used approach to analyze natural language structures. I will present how to define dependency relations by variance theory and the Markney's principle. This is a new way to develop dependency relations more systematically according to the universality of natural languages. I will also present a syntactic knowledge graph based on dependency relations. As you know well, natural language processing is one of the core fields of artificial intelligence. Natural language processing can realize linguistic intelligence as computer vision realizes visual intelligence. Natural language processing helps computers communicate with humans in their language and scale other language-related tasks. For example, Natural language processing makes it possible for computer to read the text, hear speech, interpret, and translate it. Since natural language processing can change the way we interact with computers, it is the most important field of artificial intelligence. For several decades, a considerable amount of research on language modeling and synthetic semantic analysis has been accomplished to understand the written text and spoken dialogues. At that time, most of the research on natural language focused on the development of grammatical formalism. Many grammar formalisms, such as lexical functional grammar, unification grammar, and head-driven phrase structure grammar, has been developed. However, unfortunately, we can achieve excellent performance as much as we expect. Literally, a revolutionary approach prompted by deep learning provides a breakthrough insight in natural language processing and achieved a significant advancement. Several language models such as Elmo, BERT, and GPT showed a remarkable performance in natural language processing. For natural language processing, syntactic and semantic analysis is the core component. Since it requires grammar formalism, we have tried to develop adequate grammar formalism. As I said, many grammar formalisms such as lexical functional grammar, unification grammar, and head-driven phrase structure grammar has been developed. Although this grammar formalism provides linguistic insight into natural languages, they have many natural languages processing programs. The dependency relation attracts considerable attention for syntactic and semantic analysis. The dependency relations are different core ideas than phrase structure grammar. The dependency relations can refer to syntactic properties and semantic properties. The dependency relations are established between two elements. A governs B, or B depends on A. A is called as head, and B is dependent. This figure shows typical dependency relations between words. The dependency relations play a key role in natural language processing. Several sets of dependency relations have been proposed. The most popular dependency relations is Stanford dependencies, as shown in this table. However, there are many variations in dependencies, and they lack a shared consensus. Most of all, there is no definite approach to define dependency relations. So, we study a new way to define dependency relations based on the universality of natural languages. I will explain our approach briefly and show how we can construct a syntactic knowledge graph with dependency relations. How is sentence constructed? The predicate has the power to bind a specific element as atom in chemistry. The valency theory derived from chemistry regards as the universality of natural language to construct sentence. The valency is modeled to explain how sentences are constructed with the fundamental element and the number of dependent elements. For example, the predicate give and bind MP as a subject, MP as a direct object, and another MP as an indirect object. Another important universality of natural languages is the Markness. The Markness specifies the syntactic and semantic roles of the constituent of a sentence. In other words, the Markness explicitly represents the valency pattern and dependency relations. So, by the mechanism, the balance pattern and dependency relations can generate linguistic structure. The balance pattern of give generate a sentence. He give flowers to her. You can see the indirect object is marked with true. However, the subject he and the object flowers are implicitly marked by their positions. So, there are two types of markers in natural language. One is the implicit marker related to the subcategorization of the predicate. The implicit markers is usually realized by ordering their dependent. The other is explicit markers that define syntactic and semantic dependencies such as prepositional phrases, subordinate conjunctions, and complement phrases. We can determine the semantic role of the constituent by the explicit marker. However, the semantic role of the explicit marked constituent depends on its head. Prompt important universality of natural languages, we can figure out how sentences are generated. The balance pattern and dependency relations are the cohesive principle to generate linguistic structures, and mechanism is the apparatus to realize the grammatical function of dependency relations in sentences. In other words, dependency relations are embodied in terms of mechanism. So, we can derive dependency relations by the markers more precisely. We define two types of markers according to their syntactic and semantic functions. Based on the mechanism principle and diachronic perspective about grammatical structures, we define dependency relations as shown in this table. We can formalize dependency relations without redundant syntactic categories relative to universal Stanford dependencies. Our dependency relations are more compact than Stanford dependencies and can represent grammatical dependencies more effectively. We can construct a syntactic knowledge graph with our dependence relations rather than the dependency tree diagram. This sentence contains a complement phrase. We can see two implicit markers and four explicit markers in this sentence. Since the markers represent dependency relations, we can construct a syntactic knowledge graph in terms of markers and dependency relations. The syntactic knowledge graph is more suitable for natural language processing. Here is another example. This sentence contains complex phrase structures. We can identify 4 implicit markers and 3 explicit markers. We can easily construct a syntactic knowledge graph by markers and their dependency relations. Finally, the conclusion of our research work. We revised the concept of balance and the mechanism principle from the diachronic perspective and language generation. We identify two types of markers that realize dependency of surface structures. One is the implicit marker related to the subcategorization of the predicate. The other is explicit markers that define syntactic and semantic dependencies. We propose a new approach to define dependency relations using the balance theory and the mechanism principle. We extract dependency relations, and our set of dependency relations are compact compared to others. We demonstrate we can construct a syntactic knowledge graph. We expect our approach to defining dependency relations can contribute to developing more reasonable dependencies. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Soo Hyun-yin, attending Kwangwon University. I am going to speak the thesis which name is Recommendation System of Tourist Attractions based on MBTI personality type, Big 5 model, and tourist motivation. I would like to talk about the introduction first, the main second, and the final conclusion. In line with the development of the tourism industry, tourists today have a growing desire to do tourism that is in sync with their own needs when choosing tourist destinations. In particular, there is a growing tendency for individuals to enjoy their lifestyles, such as eating alone, drinking alone, and mixed people, which have spread to one person due to the increase in the number of single-person households. However, there are restrictions on pre-travel options such as restaurants, activities, and accommodations, and the burden of cost increases the need for advanced information search. In line with this, the tourism industry is also trying to grasp the psychology of tourists in advance so that they can sell products that meet consumer needs and trends. Tourism psychology helps to identify and understand the causes of tourist tourism behavior. Indeed, many marketers, experts, and workers in the tourism industry focus on identifying and understanding tourist tourism psychology in order to revitalize tourism. One of the psychological characteristics, personality, varies from person to person, but relatively unchanged. To combine personality with tourism, tourist psychology is an important factor in tourism behavior and decision-making, and if one understands the tourist's psychological influence, one can decide management or tourism policy. Therefore, personality is closely related to tourism. Also, due to the advanced information and communication technology compared to the past, it has become very easy and diverse for tourists to explore various information in advance and receive recommendations in order to be more reasonable and satisfying in the tourism selection process. In this study, as tourists pursue and prefer more diverse tourist attractions due to the paradigm shift of travel, we believe that it is possible to recommend customized tourist attractions to tourists if we identify and analyze the psychology and motivation of tourists. Accordingly, we will apply MBTI and Big 5 models to study the types of tourist personality and their motivations for tourism. In addition, as the importance of the application has also grown in line with the recent development of the IT industry, a hybrid web app-based tourism recommendation system using MBIT Big 5 is proposed to be applied as a tourist destination recommendation application based on personality type and inclination. Accordingly, the survey was developed by accessing the 16 personality sites created by combining MBTI and Big 5 presented in this study to derive the type of surveyor's personality, and the questionnaire was reconstructed based on the prior study of tourism motivation to determine which tourist attractions they preferred in advance. This study wanted to analyze the type of personality applied with MBTI and Big 5 model and the relationship of influence with tourism motivation. In addition, we conducted recommendations for tourist attractions according to personality types as a result of analysis. It is proposed as a marketing strategy material to bring potential tourist customers into tourism behavior by recommending tourist attractions as a test method of the nature of customers and tourism motivation, away from the general method of showing accommodation, aviation, and tourist attractions at a glance. It is a system of recommendation that provides tourist information in a variety of ways using personality types, and it is a complete flowchart of the system in which users are provided with tourism recommendations based on hybrid web apps. In the tourism recommendation system, personality types are collected and the data of the tourism motivation is analyzed and verified. Afterwards, related information related to personality types and tourism motivation is sent to the tourism recommendation data storage based on the analyzed data. In tourism recommendation data storage, we classify and map the topic category using the association between the personality type topic and the tourism motivation topic, and create and save the newly created topic map. Users will request information on tourism keywords to the recommendation system through the web app interface, and the request will be handled by the tourism recommendation agent. The tourism recommendation agent requests the personality type, tourism topic map information, and returns the result back to the agent. Show tourist list information to users based on returned information. after the user requests each time using the tourism keyword. The tourist list information returned will be stored in the tourism recommendation data storage. The results of the study show that, among the factors that motivated tourism, daily escape and relaxation showed no significant difference in personality. The two factors are believed to show no difference because they are the ultimate purpose of sightseeing. Second, the curiosity factor showed significant results in rational shape. Rationalists shows that the curiosity factor is the highest and that there is a high desire for something and a potential need for something more out of the existing framework. Third, the family harmony factor showed significant results in the caregiver type. Parental type can be interpreted as having the highest family cohesion factor, harmonizing with family and placing importance on relationships and belonging. Fourth, the empirical factor was that the ideal type produced significant results. Ideal types can be interpreted as having the highest empirical factor and a greater desire to experience something. Fifth, it showed significant results in artist type. Artist type SP has the highest number of elements of playfulness and can be interpreted as freewheeling and seeking pleasure. The results suggest that rational type, ideal type, guardian type, and artist type will showed significant results in the tourist motivation and therefore could be recommended as a tourist destination. In addition, as the importance of the application was growing in line with the development of the ID tourism industry, it was proposed as a keyword-based recommended web app application by applying a topic map based on personality type and inclination. This provides practical information by analyzing and mapping the connection between the nature of tourists and the motivations for tourism. This is a departure from the uniformity of the existing tourism application, which creates interest by adding the element of personality, and can recommend tourist attractions suitable for individual tourists. Furthermore, we should extend information further to form a tourism platform, adding a variety of content on tourism motivations, and periodically update unique and new information to provide a platform that keeps pace with the times. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, how are you today? I hope you're feeling good. I'm feeling good too. My name is Nguyễn Thị Thùy Duyên. I'm working as a lecturer at Đồng Nai University of Technology in Vietnam. I work as a partner with my group, 5 members, to create this research. Today, I'd like to talk to you about research article development of source of jelly candy with addition of source of leaf extract. First, I want to talk about the main objects of this research. The purpose was to find out the effect of the content of source of leaf extract, source of fruit extract, the cooking parameter, and the content of gelatin to the candy structure by determining chewiness, hardness, and sensory evaluation. Chewiness, hardness were compared with a commercial sample and combined to sensory evaluation to find out the best sample. This is a production process of source of jelly candy with addition of leaf extract. First, source of leaves would be cut, boiled, concentrated, filtered, then we would extract of leaves. It was mixed into the mixture, include water, sugar, glucose syrup. They were boiled. After pressing and filtered soursop, we would get soursop fruit extract. We add the dissolved and soaked gelatin, soursop fruit extract, acid citric into the mixture, and then the mixture would be cooked, molded, cooled, covered and the production of jelly candy finished. As shown in Fig 3.1, cooking time is small for flour moisture. At 90 temperature within 12 minutes, confectionery products have good elastic structure, moderate toughness, and have a moisture content of 10.8%, which is within the permitted range of confectionery products according to Vietnam standard. So we choose this temperature and time to carry out the next experiment. This is the investigation of the content of gelatin. Fig 3.3 show that the higher the content of gelatin, the higher chewiness and hardness. The content of gelatin greatly affects the content structure. 16% of chewiness was most close to commercial sample. That result combined to the sensory score. 16% content of gelatin were selected to conduct the next experiment. With 3.4, the addition of the content of leaf extract have a tendency to increase total solid content, water content, and total antioxidant activity. However, increasing of water content decreased chewiness and hardness of candy. At 6% and 10% leaf extract, chewiness is most close to commercial sample. At 14% leaf extract, hardness is most close commercial sample. Combining the result of sensory evaluation, 10% leaf extract was chosen to conduct the next experiments. Fig 3.5 shows that the addition of the content of fruit extract have a tendency to increase chewiness and hardness. Adding source of fruit extract decrease gelatin content. This ingredient is one of main factors create to chewiness for final product. At 20% and 26% fruit extract, chewiness and hardness is most close to commercial sample. 26% sample is highest preferred level. Therefore, the content of 26% source of fruit extract was selected for final sample. To obtain candy with chewiness and candy hardness are most close the commercial product, with the highest preferred level by sensory evaluation. 20 minutes cooking time, 16% the content of gelatin, 26% the content of fruit extract were selected. Due to some limitations of the leaf extract, important on texture and taste of the product, the leaf extract were recommended to use at the level 10% in this research. And this is the reference of our article. I hope our research article will provide to you some information in confectionery products. Thanks for listening.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, how are you today? My name is Loan. Please call me Lina. I work at Đồng Nai Technology University. Today, I'm going to share about the exchange share of the different fruit juice by combined cuisine and centrifugal method. The presentations will be 4 parts including introductions, methods, research, pressures, conclusion. Pitaya, in nature to Central South Americans, has been broadly introduced to Brazil, Rhodon, and other provincial provinces. Dragon fruit is one of most nutritious and exotic fruits that are available in Vietnam. He has been planted to commercially in Bình Thuận province. He can be eaten at the desert and broad. Sometimes people also make a fruit with it. Although it can be considered as the healthy fruit, it is not very popular among Vietnam customers. Then it can be concentrated to produce other different products, some as jam, canned fruit, pastries, and some packaged goods. Based on 2010s, about 19% of tropical fruits that have been exported from Vietnam to Europe and come from dragon fruit and star fruit. Based on this fact, it saw an increased demand of dragon fruit due to its very intense content. These fruits can be considered as other alternatives for natural antioxidant consumption for human people. This shows that the fruit has very high commercial value. It has been marketed widely. The research is covered in slow research by preparator about 6 hours long research methods will red raw eye brittles in the center of products made each cell disruption relay quarter. Then the process finally conducts multiple rounds of centrifugation in improve the prevalent effect of dragon fruit extract. Red flesh dragon fruit were purchased from busy supermarkets in Đồng Nai province and were processed after under tariff, water running and peeled brought out the flesh by hand prior to further invasions. After that, the dragon flesh were cut into different sizes such as 2 cm, 4 cm, 6 cm, 8 cm, and then 10 cm period to preserve about 6 hours in the refrigerator, and then through to now consider. Finally, the poor press were the centrifuged by centrifugal equipment at the speed of 700 per minute. Equipment due to the preserved equipment, interpolar equipment, analytical metals. The metal of the determine moisture and vitamin C contained in the dragon fruits follow AOAC 30 and 5. Sensory analyte metal panelists were required to the outdoor color test, quickness, and over acceptance using to the 9-point scale. 1 point the same extremely dislike, 9 points the same extremely glass. Finally, determinations of the performance recovery. Continue. We go to the research pressure as shown in the table 1. Determination of the nutritional compositions in the dragon fruits show motor of the dragon fruit is approximately 19% and TSS 12.47 and acid ascorbate contains about 11.42. From table 1, the pressure show that arterials and platelets dragon fruit about 85%, vitamin C 11.42. The similar results have been reported by the dermatologists 2080s. So it also contains nutrients such as carbohydrate, flavonoid, thiamine, niacin, pyridine, glucose, and polyphenols. The dragon fruit contains beta carotene, lycopene, and vitamin E, with average concentration of 1.4 milligram per 100 gram. So and then I go to the experiment to effects of various side dragon fruit to the sensory score and producing sugar content, vitamin C content during breathing process. So the blades of the dragon were curved into different sizes, including 2 cm, 4 cm, 6 cm, and 8 cm, and then 10 cm period to receive about 6 hours in preparators. Next steps, they were thrown and were central to collect and choose prior to carry out the sensory evaluation. The appropriate site for breathing was selected, which were based on sensory scores, vitamin C content, and performance recovery. Results were the table in the table 2 in which dragon fruit juice had the best sensory score at the 4 cm of the dragon fruit rate, the highest vitamin C content 10.21 mg per 100 gram. The highest juice yield about 18%. Vitamin C is the regularly used as a nutrition slot in diet during food processing. In the present work, vitamin C content in the original slow process dragon fruit was the monitor. It was found that vitamin C is all kept debris during processing. The percentage of vitamin C in the frozen dragon fruit juice were found up to the 89 and 86 and 77% properly based on to the raw dragon fruits at 100% vitamin C contents. Vitamin C flows could be explained by two intake of aquatic acids to process moisture content, fly, and oxygen. As so did table 2, vitamin C of 4 cm is higher due to its intake volume, followed by 2 cm, 6 cm, 8 cm, 10 cm properly. It could be suggested that the sole low of the vitamin C during slow frozen and activate to low temperature and long-time process. The similar results have been reported in bacteria, the Hawkers in the 20 and 6. And the similar report is the dark research. The result of the 2 show that the highest truth rates were collected after 9 minutes of particular times. This can be influenced after slow process. Self-driving fruits were broken out and water in self-driving fruits were released easier. In addition to combining with statins, sugar is the method of the quickly separating driving fruit juice with the molecular different density. The longer the centrifugation time of the transition to the centrifugation process, the greater the efficiency of the temperature. In this study, 9 minutes of the centrifugal time were the best, when the contrast experiment with the centrifugal time were longer than 9 minutes. It was that the increase of truth rates were not significant. However, the energy consumption to the centrifugal increased. From that, it was so that within time and centrifugation were directly proportional in the truth. Yes, it may be explained by the fact to reflect different fruits contain more gel-like materials and statins, also some oligosaccharides, then that's the wireless. Moreover, it will also find that fruit that of the pure were longer than that and proof the longer to fatigance period of different fruit is, the higher fruit yet is after slow breathing process. The yes of slow breathing different fruits were found up to 30% compared traditional blender method. Moreover, the centrifugate different fruit juice were 3 times higher than traditional methods. On the contrast, the shorter the breathing time is, the lower to the juice rate plus 9 minutes with the choosing the best centrifugal times. So, finally, I go to the conclusion. The size 4 cm of the bearing fruit rate with slow breathing time of 6 hours, centrifugal time of 9 minutes were chosen as the optimal condition to prepare the bearing fruit juice. The pressure showed that with the considered approach, the higher juice rates were about 81%, and the maintenance vitamin C content was the 10.21 mg per 100 raw material. That were higher than traditional blender method. Moreover, the preparation of different fruit juice by the combined method could contribute to enhance valuable sensory score and final product, which meet the different need to the current market. So finally, thanks for listening. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Hong Sung-hee, presenter. The effect of connected movement expression activity on the recovery responses of children with intellectual disabilities. The purpose of this study is to investigate the effect of movement activities
using ICT and the recovery illustrated of children with intellectual disabilities. Recently, the rapid development of the ICT industry has been widely used in various media such as movies, advertisement, broadcasting, the internet performance exhibition, games, and education. In the process of convergence from a text-oriented user environment to a multimedia user environment that provides image, videos, graphics, and big data, the interaction between convergence and convergence studies is a field, and the trend is expanded to the area of learning between learners. Children with intellectual disabilities were studied. The study period was conducted once on a week for 1 hour and 10 weeks. The research method was analyzed using Kinect and Skeleton. Motion expression activate game. The abilities to perform the movement activities of the intellectual disabilities children who participated in the movement expression activity game is scored for each movement element, and the appropriate score is displayed for the activities. Analysis of the movement activities performance ability of recovery elasticities before the after participation. The score is the difficult level advances 10 points, intermediate 5 points, elementary 1 point, and the children with disabilities do not recognize them, and will raise to increases the score according to the movement activities indicated. Prevalence effect was set as the movement activity. As a research of pre and post testing on relevance effect element, the effect was the highest in time, followed by space and floor. This research showed that the accuracy of movement and the completeness of movement increases through practice, and the recovery elasticity was also high. Case of children with intellectual disabilities, the emotional unstable state has a negative effect on emotional aspects such as lack of self-confidence and self-expression. By applying Raban's LMA movement as a Kinect learning program, it was found that the movement expression activities of children with intellectual disabilities influenced the LSD program in the case of children with intellectual disabilities. The emotional instability state has a negative effect on emotional aspects, such as lack of self-confidence and self-expression. Thank you.
How are you? I'm Professor Yong-Soon Im who will chair this session. We are going to have an online oral presentation, and this session will be held from 14 o'clock to 17:40. Please attend with interest. Welcome to EAP 2020, ICA 2020 and ITP 2020 conference. Now we are starting oral presentation 1 and 2. There are 21 papers presented this session. If you have any questions, please ask those to the authors who are standing in front of each papers.
Hello everyone, my name is Wang Yiwei. I come from Gatsan University. With my supervisor Jin Xuanyue's sincere guidance, I have finished this paper. The title of the paper is Research on the Correlation Between the Nature of Listed Companies' Equity and the Job Consumption. Next, I will explain this paper from its 6 parts. The first part is introduction. Job consumption stems from perquisites or perks in mainstream Western research. Jackson and Macklin, 1976, first identified job consumption as non-monetary enjoyment and of consumption using company resources. Due to the hidden nature of job consumption, it is necessary to pay a high cost to supervise its consumption. If the information cost paid to monitor job consumption is too high, it may be abused and increase agency cost. In China, the owner of state-owned company is neither a government nor a manager nor a specific individual. The company lacks a clear client. This special nature of the enterprise makes it unnecessary for managers of nationalized business to responsible, which makes it easier for executives of state-owned business to control companies to meet their personal interests. Therefore, it is very meaningful to study the impact of on-job consumption of senior executives on performance among Chinese companies with different equity types. This paper studies the Chinese listed companies in the past 5 years, establishes a model using the nature of equity as a constraint, and study the economic consequence of on-the-job consumption of executives with different types of equity. There are 2 significances. First, it can provide a theoretical basis for the research on the in-service consumption of Chinese companies. Second, the conclusion have strong policy recommendations for the reform of state-owned company executive compensation. The second part is theoretical background. The first theory is principal agent theory. Principal agent theory is an extension of contract theory. Xu, 2011, believes that in the nationalized business, the principal agent relationship chain is long and complicated. The internal governance efficiency is low, and the on-the-job consumption behavior of executive is more likely to occur. So they are reflected in agency problem. The second theory is management power theory. Babcock et al., 2002, first proposed the theory of management power because of the separation of ownership and the operating rights. There is principal agent problem between shareholders and the executive team. The problem is self-interest of agents, and most of the self-interested behavior are obtained through salary and on-the-job consumption. The third part is research hypothesis. Foreign scholars believe that on-the-job consumption is the self-interested behavior of management grabbing benefits from shareholders. This behavior will enhance the agency cost of the company and lower the company's value. We will measure corporate performance from two dimensions. Therefore, hypothesis 1A, in-service consumption level is negatively correlated with ROA. Hypothesis 1B, in-service consumption level is negatively correlated with ROS. In the analysis, the nature of corporate equity is an important perspective. The difference of institution environment makes the difference between nationalized business and non-state-owned business in the executive incentive. So according to the above analysis, hypothesis 2A, in state-owned enterprises, the negative correlation between the job consumption and ROA is more significant. Hypothesis 2B is in state-owned enterprises, the negative correlation between job consumption and the ROS is more significant. The first part is research methodology. The study sample in this paper is Chinese A-share listed companies. The observations from 2014 to 2018 are selected for 5 years. And a total of 11,148 samples are obtained. The consumption data in this paper comes from RNRDS database and other data from CSMA. This is variable definition table, which conclude variable type, name, code, and calculation method. Model 1 and 2 study the relationship between in-service consumption and ROA and ROS. We established these two models. And Model 3 and Model 4 add the nature of the firm as a moderating variable on the basis of the Model 1 and 2. The fifth part is analysis of empirical results. This is description statistic of variables. According to the results of the descriptive statistics, the data are consistent with the operation of listed companies in China. Look at the red circle, which indicate a negative correlation at the 1% level. And the regression 2 tests the relationship between in-service consumption and ROS, also at the 1% level, supporting the hypothesis 1A and 1B. These two red circles, on the basis of hypothesis 1, hypothesis 2 add the moderating variable company equity, which is negatively correlated at the level of 5%, indicating that in nationalized business, the negative correlation between in-service consumption and the ROA is more significant. Also, regression 4 also verified that hypothesis 4 is true. The sixth part is conclusion and recommendation. According to the empirical research, we have obtained these two conclusions. First one is the higher the level of on-the-job consumption, the lower the company's ROA and ROS. The second is in state-owned business, the negative correlation between job consumption and the ROA and the ROS So there are three recommendations. First, improve the supervision mechanism and impose more restriction on in-service consumption. Second is improve the salary management system and establish a reasonable budget. Third one is improve management's equity incentive mechanism. These are my references. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thanks for your listening.
Perceive expectation of enactment of Kim Young-ran Act and application of the theory of planned behavior. Abstract. Park Ju-sang and Jung Shin-gyo, Department of Maritime Police, Mokpo National Maritime University. Abstract. The present study examines the effort of perceived expectation of the enactment of Kim Young-ran Act on intention to behavior improper solicitation. The present work is framed with the theory of planned behaviors to predict behavior intention to commit solicitation. The target sample was among an adult group age of 30 to 60 years. 17 questionnaire items were designed to measure two constructs of the conception model. Demographic variables were controlled for by including age and gender. The result from a hierarchical multiple regression revealed that the model accounted for 26.8% of the total variance of intention and attitude. Subjective norm perceived expectation of the enactment were significant independent predict of behavior intention to commit improper solicitation. Introduction. Korean has an organizational culture that is strongly associated with school tie and blood tie, corruption case and non-corruption incident that influence the police society for private gain continuously occurs throughout society. According to the 2050 Corruption Index, released by Transparency International, for example, Korean ranking 27 among the OECD countries. It is a fact that every new government has made effort to fight corruption with a name of clean and transparent government, and corruption of public officials must be rooted out. However, the law was not strict enough to meet the people's expectation. In 2002, the Anti-Corruption and Civil Service Act was enacted to eradicate corruption and corruption case. The Anti-Corruption and Prevention Committee was also established. However, well-known corruption case called female bench atomic accident occurred in 2015. 16. Contrast to the public's legal feelings, The case was sentenced to not guilty with a name of no job relevance in response to public indignation and complaint about corruption by public officials. People called for strict legislation to regulate the corruption scandal involving public officials who cannot be published with current useless law. In June 2011, Kim Young-nan, the chairman of the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, proposed a law banning public officials from soliciting and seeking privating interest. The execution of the Kim Young-nan Act led to legal distinction between the concept of the bribes and gift based on job relevance. It is a sign of change in the Korean style of corruption that has been warped in bridge. While there are expectations that the Kim Young-nan law is able to restore the public's legal sentiment and trust in the public sector and further build a transparent and clean society. Several arguments have been also made that the law is likely to weaken consumer sentiment and country economy. To do this, the present work is framed with the story of plant behavior, which postulates that human beings act his or her behavior according to attitude, subjective rule, and perceived behavior control. The present with work complement the TBB with an addition of perceived active effect of Kim Young-nan Act to predict behavior intention to engage in corruption behavior. Literature Review 2.1 Kim Young-nan Act in South Korea. Kim Young-nan Act put the integrity of society in South Korea at the test stage of massive change. Originally, the official name of the Kim Young-nan Act was the Anti-Corruption and Conflict of Interest Act. However, the Kim Young-nan Act extended the scope of its target to private school, faculty and staff and media companies to prohibit the use of illegal solicitation, bribery, and promise-making activities to prevent them from taking advantage of illegal activities. The planned behavior strongly consists of their variable attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control toward a certain behavior. Attitude refers to a set of emotional beliefs that contrast a perceived positive or negative subjective evaluation toward the behavior. It refers to continuous emotional or emotional tendency toward the behavior. For example, determining to perform a behavior is largely affected by social rules. Eventually, people close to them strongly believe that they expect to participate in certain actions. They are about perfume and the stronger the motivation they have to meet their expectation, the more likely they are attempt certain actions. Development of research hypothesis. In the present work, behavior intention is operationally defined as an individual's willingness to give or receive money for some kind of influence or action in return. Three basic variables of the model of theory of planned behavior: attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control have been found to be significant predictors of behavior intention to engage in antisocial activities. Consistent with the observed patterns in past studies, it is hypothesized that attitude, subjective norm, and PBC will be significant factors in predicting behavior intention. Also, it is hypothesized that an additional variable of perceived expectation of the enactment of Kim Jong-nan Act will significantly improve the predicative power of behavior intention. Research methodology 4.1 Development of measurement instrument. A survey approach was used to collect sample data and to test the proposed two hypotheses. The questionnaire was concerned with demographic information and construct of the measurement instrument of the extended TDB model. Sampling procedure and respondents. The target respondents was chosen from age group 30 to 60 years. The sample size was set to n equal 315 respondents as minimum set. All survey material was translated into Korean. In the first step, the main questionnaire were completed by n equal 315 samples from paneled inventory. Respondents returned their questionnaire. All completed material were unable, yielding a response rating of 83.1%. Respondents in the final sample had an average age of 47.8 years. They consisted of 153 male, 138 female. Table 1 describe the demographic characteristics of 291 response including gender and age. Discussion in line with the TDB and in line with the modest effort for hypothesis 1, the finding confirm the significant role of attitudinal and normative influence on behavior intention to commit giving or receiving money for some kind of influence and or action in return. Respondent with unfavorable attitude had less intention to commit the behavior, or those with a favorable attitude had strong intention and increasing or decreasing level of improper for engaging in the behavior were significantly associated with increasing or decreasing intention, respectively, when perceived expectation of enactment of Kim Jong-un Act was included in the final regulation model. It is increased the overall explained variance in intention by 5.7%. Conclusion and limitation. A major limitation of the current study is the fact that the model should be better formulation by incorporating more sophisticated sample target group. Another intimation is that this work uses a non-random convenience sample of South Korea only. Thus, the result cannot be generalized to other settings of different countries. Future research should extend the design to conduct cross-cultural comparisons of politics for various improper solicitation acts. Table 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jung Sang-hee. The main subject for an analysis of newspaper reporting on intimate partner violence. Before announcements, please understand me about my poor English pronunciation and content. Go over with the next page. This page is summary. In modern society, intimate partner violence has become a serious social problem, as it has expanded to life-threatening criminal damage, not just a fight between lovers. In the process of recognizing intimate partner violence as a social problem, since newspapers have an important role and impress reports on the reality intended by the media rather than
dealing with the reality as it is. We compared progressive newspapers, 한겨레, 그리고 경향, with conservative newspapers, 조선일보, 동아일보, 중앙일보. According to their political orientation and interpreted the means of key tabs on intimate partner violence source the LDA-based tabs. Go over with the next page. From January 2040 to December 30, 2019, this study used the KINDS kinds of the Korea Press Foundation to search for intimate partner violence, dating violence, and parting crimes, and extracted total of 445 cases from 2,247 progressive newspapers and 198 conservative newspapers. The number of totals with set to 5 by using net -4.0 program for the analysis of topic modeling. Go over with the new page. As a result, the progressive newspaper names response to intimate partner violence, intensity of punishment, enactment of gender equality-based rules, counseling support related to sex crimes, and countermeasures. Will the conservative newspaper name the root of pornographic distribution crimes, cause of standing single, and the intensity of punishment, and argument about intimate partner violence related to internet broadcasting. Through this, progressive newspapers seem to have suggested the need to improve the rule due to their high emphasis of enactment. While conservative newspapers focus on the cause of pornography distribution crimes, in intimate partner violence to rise ownership of the distribution crimes. Go to the next page. This study is meaningful in that it reduces social perception and interprets the means of intimate partner violence in newspaper reporting by comparing the political tendency of newspaper by topic. Let's look at the keywords: intimate partner violence, newspaper as topic, mass media, data meaning. Please refer to the reference. Thank you for listening to my speech. Bye.
Hi, my name is Jong-sun Won. I'm a professor at Ulchi University in Korea. I'm very pleased to meet you in this honored international conference. My research topic is the influence of nursing students' empathy, attitude, and prejudice toward the elderly on elderly care willingness. In 2018, the proportion of the aged population reached 14.3% in Korea, finally becoming an aged society. With the increase of senile and chronic diseases, the demands for elderly health and welfare facilities is increasing. However, despite of increasing demands for elderly nursing services, the number of elderly nurses in the field is insufficient. The 2014 year statistics on the number of nurses per 100 beds by medical institution type showed that as follows. In Advanced General Hospital, working staff were 93.4 nurses per 100 beds. But in nursing hospital, there are only 6.9 nurses per 100 beds. And annual average growth rate of the year was minus 1.7%, revealed decreasing trend. Moreover, in the investigation of clinical institutions where nursing students want to find employment, about 69 students wanted the university hospital or advanced hospitals. Students who wanted to nursing hospital were the only 0.5% out of them. Elderly facilities such as nursing homes have facilities in securing nursing personnel. In this situation, there is a need to improve nursing students' intentions to care for the elderly. The high empathy of the nurse has a positive effect on the patient's health recovery and is linked to a positive attitude toward the elderly. Nursing providers' attitude toward the elderly is an important variable influencing behavior toward the elderly. Negative attitude toward the elderly may appear in the form of prejudice for the elderly, and prejudice for the elderly may negatively affect the quality of care the patient receives. This study was an attempt to identify the influencing factors on nursing students' intention to care for the elderly, such as empathy, attitude, and prejudice toward the elderly, and some general characteristics of the subject. The purpose of this study was to investigate the relationship between empathy, attitude, and prejudice toward the elderly, and elderly care willingness of the nursing students. The final aim was to identify factors affecting the care willingness toward the elderly. The study sample were nursing students in the College of Nursing located in metropolitan city near Seoul. Using a convenient sampling method, research data were collected from May 3rd to June 7th, 2019. The number of subjects were 343, but only 313 questionnaires who responded faithfully without missing the questionnaire was used for data analysis. The tool for this study were IRI Korean version, SDS for evaluating attitude toward elders, questionnaire for care willingness toward old adults. Data were analyzed by t-test, ANOVA, Pearson's correlation coefficient, and multiple regression using SPS program. The average score of empathy, attitude, and prejudice toward the elderly and the elderly care willingness are shown in this table. The elderly care intentions were different according to the student's grade, major selection motivation, in next page, major satisfaction and quality and satisfaction of the volunteer